Hello and welcome. Real life, back again, still with the same bug story, but I think today we should be like pretty much done, at least with the visual part of it. So I don't know if I'll stream the writing part of it that much. Depends on how much we get done this stream. We might do some writing, we might not. I got the page prepared here. Do some writing. Let me save that up. Look. But we'll see. I got like some basic stuff planned out. First thing we're gonna do today is fix up this picture we worked on the other day. Let me put on this thing well. Hey Willer, Dr. Valdevia. I like that. Just start streaming with a lab coat. Look much cooler. So first thing we're gonna do is fix up some things here. Edit some notes. A little bit of notes in between streams just to remember what I wanted to change. And first thing, and most important, I think I want to move the bug part of the hut here. Just scoot it up a little bit. That's the first thing. So we have to take everything here, the bug and everything that's on top of it. Also the shadow. And I think that'll be all. Let's see. We need to unlink this. Hey Mihadis. So is it Mihadis or Mihadis? How would you pronounce it? Since Mihadis is a very English way of pronouncing it, I guess. Oh, you mean the beginning? Yeah, I always put a few that as placeholder while I'm preparing the stream. I got them published separately in a YouTube channel that nobody knows about. I don't know if I have a command for the YouTube channel. Hang on. That loads. Do I? Yeah, I do. There. That should work. Oh, you finished that? Let me know. How does it look? Despise the company? Why is that? We'll move this in a second. So I wanted to move this up so it more or less matched the real entrance of the hut. Because one of the notes I got, and I kind of agree with, that the bug covers so much of the hut that it's not really visible that it is a hut, you know? So I just wanted to maybe move that up a little bit, and then we'll fix everything. Oh, you made a speed art out of it? Refusing to release updated drivers for new operating systems? They don't? That sucks. Oh, I really like the end result. Oh, and you uploaded the video on the same. Well, you drew a lot in the beginning. Start with a very detailed sketch. Something that I don't do. Yeah, you sketch a lot. It really depends on who's doing it. There's people that really start with a sketch and try to adapt the results to it, like you just did. And there's people like me that try to first get the pictures and then adapt my mental image of what I want to do based on the pictures, so that I don't have to do such strong editing, if that makes sense. Trash perfectly working tablet. 300 for a new one. But why would you trash it though? Just because the driver is not updated? Okay. Need to fit this well. I think that's alright. That looks good. Oh, they wanted it. Yeah. I mean, gotta make money somehow, right? It's kind of like the subscription model for Photoshop. Just a money concern. Okay, where are the shadows? Which layer are they? That ain't it. Oh, is that baked into the... Don't tell me it's baked into the bug. I think it's gonna be. Will hack their own updated drivers. That sucks. That's annoying. What is also annoying is the fact that this bug here has all the shadows I painted baked into them. Baked into it, I think. Maybe... What was the command to make a smart object back into its layers? Because I never usually do that. Convert to layers? I think that is it. Let's see. Oh yeah, it'll lose the smart filters. Let's see if that works. I think it was... Yeah, okay. There was a full group that I then converted to a smart object. So what I will do is copy this, just to get a copy with all the smart adjustments we did on top, and then get this and again convert to layers, which is right behind the paper there, so you can't see it. But there we go. Okay, now there, I should find, there they are, all the shadow layers, which hopefully be able to move without any big problems. Just gonna move this down. And I think that's alright. I just had to move it a little bit. It's not a really big thing. Oh, and move this mask here down too. It matches. Alright, I think that is it. I think this I'll make again into a smart object. And put again the same filters. Boom, there we go. That was a very backwards way of doing a very simple thing, but there we go. Which one? God, you guys are frying my brain. Oh wait, before I throw this away, of course, I need to put this back on, which does take care of some of the edges. And oh, I guess it got the mask here baked in, but should be fine. I don't think we'll move it anymore, so. Is that roulette money? It's got a wonky edge here, and since it's baked in, can't recover it, so let's go back just a few steps. Come on. There we go. There. Should be better. So we'll do this, we will convert to smart object, and then we'll copy all the things. It's reais, right? Reais. Yeah, it is literally real. That's the name of the currency. Did I tell you, Willer, I worked in Brazil for a summer in Sao Paulo? Well, I worked. Working is a big word. I did some how do you call it? Like some rotations, some medical rotations there in the university hospital there. Really loved Brazil. Oh, I thought I had deactivated the pan outside thing, so to not get that terrible bug. Let's go and try to it's one of these. Overscroll? I think that was the one. Let's see if it doesn't repeat. Yeah, Sao Paulo. And it was during the Rio Olympics. It was that summer. And I got to go to Rio and see the Olympics, and Olympic Games, I mean. That was very good, very cool. Like, I know it probably weren't the best, really good, well organized games, but it still was very fun to go. Yeah, not right now, but at the time. Let's go with the soft brush and try to... So we're on the layer mask here. And we're gonna get our blur tool here. Gonna apply that blur tool on the layer mask. That way we can soften that mask a little bit without being too destructive to the edge. Tropa de Élite? Haven't heard of it. Well, I pronounced it in Spanish, but works too. Tropa de Élite too? A bit more strength here. Okay, so that was one thing, the whole pulling it up deal we just did. I think it looks a bit better. Now I guess this all should be moved. We just did this edge too. The last pick is the thing we're gonna be doing next once we finish this. At least 10 years ago. So do you guys really recommend it? Or is it an ironic thing? Like... I mean, if there's 3 of them, it must be good, right? Okay, so here, it's the next thing I wanted to focus on for a little bit. I wanted to try to soften this edge here, so it mixes a bit better with the straw. Because it look a bit weird. Let's get the straw. A bit clearer behind just below the shell here. I probably didn't saw 3 because it was never made. Okay. Honestly, a 10 out of 10. Both of them. I gotta watch it. Let me note it down on my movie master list. I just rewatched the whole of Avatar. I already finished it, and it must be like the 4th or 5th time I see that show, but it's so good. Let's see. I'll check it out. Let's see if it's available in Spain. If it isn't, I'm sure it'll be available in the high seas, if you know what I mean. More view territory, Spaniard? Wait a minute, Narcos is not Spain. Oh, have you seen Farinha? With, hang on, let me idea of how I want to spell. Wrote it in chat. Farinha is I think, well, this is a Spanish name. I don't know how it's called in English. but it's kind of like Narcos, but in the north of Spain. It's fishermen from the basically the corner, like northwest corner of Spain. It's very the region with a lot of fishermen, and it was the region where most of the drugs of Europe came into Europe, right? So it was a lot of like just village fishermen that got into the drug trade and ended up like becoming huge kingpins of the drug trade in Spain. They started by selling cigarettes, selling like black market cigarettes, and just went into harder drugs. It's basically Narcos, but in Spain, and it's really cool because it's just old fishermen doing the whole thing. Yeah, that's how they called cocaine. They call it farinha, which is what's the name in English? Hang on. Flour. I was blocking out of that one. Farinha means flour in Galician, in that language. Okay, what do you think about this one? There's a few things here. Is it clear that it's a hut? And is it clear that the hut is made out of a bug? And yeah, that's it. That's the two important things here. And okay, next notes I had. So this symbol here, I'm wondering if I should keep it or not. Because it doesn't feel right to me. Not very sure about it. Hey Kukov, how are you doing? Yeah, I think so. Okay, we can still pull it up a little bit then. Because if we remove this, we still have some maneuvering space there. At least until we get here to the real tip. Let's take everything here. And this too. Can still pull it up. We'll fix the mask in a second. You can pull it up, maybe up to this point, and we can just open this up a little. More for roof than a whole structure. Or maybe we could leave, yeah, I could say, more or less, leave in the straw right under the, yeah, that could work. Okay, another thing. Could do. Hang on, let's make this in a smarter way. We're gonna take, because in this mask here, you can see there's stuff that affects the edge, and there's also this. So it's kind of a pain to work with both of them. So I'm just gonna take this part of the mask, and this part of the mask. There we go. I'm gonna separate them. We'll do Control Alt and Shift and click on here, and well, I guess I'll do, there we go, this, And we'll put the whole thing here in a group. And we'll put that mask on the group. Alright? And then we'll just remove that from the mask. And hopefully, we'll be able to mess with it more comfortably. Just mess with the size and everything. Oh my god, Gabba, get a bigger layer panel. Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to see a lot of it. I could pull it up to here, or just get rid of the paper for now. I'll just pull it up if someone asks. I usually have it bigger, but since we have that covering a lot of the screen, it's giving me agony. Separate the head of the bug and the body and try to rotate them differently. You mean separate this in a different layer and like pull it up or something? Could do that too. No, let's finish that up. Finish this part up for now. There we go. All right. Now we can mess with it way more comfortably. And this shadows here, we'll move them once we're clear. Okay. Have to read 40 pages dialogue. Make a short movie editing. That's cool. Kind of short movie. Well, you tell me all about it when you come back. It says it's dead. It's in perpetual suffering. My idea is to leave it sort of unclear where they're getting the bug parts, and we're gonna be seeing more of that in the last picture, which we're gonna be editing right after this one. And just to give you a little teaser of the pictures I got so far for it. This is taken from a wedding ritual from the Maasai, I want to say. And I want it to be like the photographer got in sneakily, like he wasn't allowed to go to the ritual, but he got in sneakily and snapped a picture before they realized. And I want to see, I wanted to be able to see, like, picking out from the crowd a big head of a bug. It's supposed to be a ritual, so the aim is to make it kind of unclear if they have some sort of pact with the bugs, or if they're hunting them, or since it can't go to the fridge. That is top logic right there. Okay, so we want to pull it right. Oh, I guess we're missing it a little bit here. That's okay. We can also rotate it this way, so we get more of a view of the inside of the entrance, and the head is like a bit higher up. Hopefully that'll make it clear that it's a hut. And yeah, we can separate these, and I don't know if it'll add a lot though. Let's just go with like this for now. Let me know if that's better. I'd like to pan a little bit to the right, but I deactivated the over panning thing because it gave me a really strange bug. Not this kind of bug, more of a annoying Photoshop one. And okay, we'll take out these shadows, which are inside. We gotta convert this to layers. There we go. Why does it? Anyway, it's here. And we can take these, kind of put them down here. And every time I move it, we're seeing less and less of the of the shadows, but that's okay. There we go. Oh, it still does that bug, but only when I'm zoomed in. So I mean, I guess it's sort of worth it. But... okay. Fixed those. Now I will convert it again to a smart object. And we'll copy the filters and the layer mask. We should be good. Oh. Or not. What happened to the layer mask? No, I guess I gotta move it. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I moved everything and the layer mask was unlinked. Stupid me. So we gotta turn this a little bit. It's also resizing going on. This is annoying. I'll try to match it more or less and then we'll finish it up manually, since it's not a really big deal. Been so many errors today by not paying attention. My head is somewhere else. I'll show a little bit more of the face. We got this. I wonder if that's part of the... yeah, one of these. This one. Just soften that. Some edges here. And in a second, right below this... oh, I guess that's just the background of it. Right below this layer, in the HUD itself, I want to move the straw here, so it kind of covers the same curve. You get what I mean? So it falls below this part and this part. Okay. So that should be under here, and we're gonna take a copy of the hut Better get this bit here. And maybe puppet warp it. Don't worry about the mess, since we'll just be taking this part. Hey Midnight, how you doing, man? Still working on big bugs in unknown tribes. Oh, got a face here that slipped out. Okay, so I'm trying to make this look more like a hut, and I'm trying to make the curve here of the entrance, make it a bit clearer by putting some straw. Thank you. Okay, is it a bit clearer now that it's a hut? Because as we stood before, just let me show you the old version, which I should have saved. That was 3. Just so we get a comparison. I think that's the one, yeah. So, well, I guess it's moved, but you can see what's much lower down. And a lot of people told me it's not immediately obvious that it's like a building, a hut. Colorize it all. Oh my god, you're gonna kill me. So that's why I pulled it up a little bit so you could see the entrance better. And okay, I guess now the shadows here are all weird. So let's focus on that for a little bit. See if there's any... Now that darken it. Okay, so first, just with my mask tool and a hairbrush. About this size, hopefully should be good. Yeah. Kind of cut this hair a little. And like I cut my hair. You guys notice? Fucking finally. It was so bad before. Yeah, I was waiting for my usual hairdresser to open because they were closed until a few days ago. So the moment they opened, I was like, yeah, I want to go right now. Okay. So a few things we're gonna do. We're gonna try to lighten this hair we just got. Just a little. And then below it, I guess I should make some sort of shadow. Put that on overlay. Because like it's right there under the shell, so do a mix of normal and overlay. Obviously that is what I'm doing is a lot, but we'll be reducing it in a second. Still looks good. It's kind of a blob now. Oh, did this again. Alright. Really good. Let's mess with the levels here a little bit more. I want it to be a bit darker in general, but I don't want to up the contrast a lot because, you know, these pictures usually don't have that much contrast. Let's see. Let's see it before and after there. Darker. Also, I must have moved just the base layer at some point, because now I have some layers that seem to be out of place. Because I did have a layer here that increased the contrast, and that was pretty good. There we go. See, it was moved. Oh, things are starting to fit now. Okay, so I guess it was just that. It was me messing it up before. What about this one? Hang on, I'll move everything at the same time because I know this one, how it fits. So if I just move this one to the right place, like so, the rest should also fall in place. Oh, I guess not this one. Yeah, this one I made just for the edge here on top to look a bit brighter because it's right next to the sky. And like a little burn from the very bright patch right next to it. God, I really did move everything where it wasn't supposed to be. Here's the one I made to soften this. All these shiny parts here. You might be wondering at what point Photoshop turns into just drawing, and this is the point. I mean, I might draw with a clone stamp just to keep the appearance of this still being photo manipulation, but basically drawing. And here what I'm doing is basically converting this very shiny, specular reflection-y area into a more matte, just still a highlight, but more diffuse. Because there was a bit too much specular highlight in general in this in the bug picture. I'm just trying to lighten that a little. Because it does catch our eye a little bit, doesn't it? Look at this. One of the first things that kind of catch my eye is the shiny areas. So I want to reduce that a little bit at least. Same here, I think. And if we overdo it, we can always go into with an eraser and fix it a little. There's also... What do you think about this area for you guys? Is it too detailed? Or is it good? I'm a bit conflicted about it. So you might have seen on my notes before I did a big circle around it because I wasn't really sure what to do with it. I want to remove them entirely, but just want it to be a bit softer. And I could try to fix this with some levels or something. I think that doing it manually just doesn't mess up the rest of the balance. I feel like trying to fix just a few small specular highlights with a huge levels layer on top, it's maybe overkill. Try to reduce this, see how it looks. Same thing here, I'm just doing a little bit of clone stamping, trying to hide it a little bit, make it less apparent. This also, in a manual way, gets rid of detail and sharpness. Okay, about this layer here. There we go. Okay, let's see. Let's just get a soft eraser. Just keep a few like bright spots, but it doesn't feel like all matte. Still a bug, still should be fairly shiny. But there we go. And I stamped down a lot of that. There's also a bit of contrast that needs to be made between this and the background. Just make that by painting fake shadows and highlights. Like, this might not be realistic, but just a way to make it different from the background. Because if we leave it like this, look at this area for example. What is that? That is nothing. So we just, and this is a bit too much, but you get the idea. Just do this to distinguish it from the background. In an admittedly artificial way, but it's always the question of clarity and against realism. Sometimes you gotta choose clarity. So what if I made this so realistic and just perfectly accurate according to the camera model that we're using, but then it wasn't noticeable anymore and this was a bug and I just lose the whole message of the picture. Doesn't make sense, right? By the way, let's check the original bug just to see what this originally looked like, this front part of the face. Sometimes that can get a bit confusing. Let's see, it should be in my downloads somewhere. If I find it. Maybe I won't. Hang on. Just get it from the internet real quick. Since I should have it saved. I always try to save every picture I use, even if it's completely open source. Because that way you can always go back and reference that picture. Okay. So it looks something. Hang on. Like this. So it does have like a sort of spiky area here, right in the front. And this whole area, it kind of got destroyed. As you can see here. So it's kind of like maybe they cut the face at some point, or because I can always just show it all. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense because it doesn't follow the curve of the hut anymore. So let's leave it sort of unclear, like it is. Doesn't matter too much. And this little bit, maybe it's not worth to keep it. Because is it adding a lot? I don't think so. So let's make our decision here. Executive decision. Just get rid of this spike, even if it's not maybe anatomically realistic. Who cares? If bug nerds complain about this, screw them. Or liking bugs. Shouldn't be noticeable anyway. Okay, so that's one thing. And then, as you can see here, there's a lot of layers that I think I'm just going to throw away. This one I'll keep. So all of these were an early attempt at making this symbol there. I didn't like how it came out, so out. That way we lighten everything a little bit. Okay, so this whole thing, there we go. That is the symbol. I'm kind of using it a bit everywhere where these bugs appear. It is, for example, in this picture drawn on the shield. So I don't know if it's even worth it to have it in this one. We already have it in the other. So it might be overkill. What if we painted something, but something a bit more abstract? Not necessarily painting a symbol or something like that. More like, let's see. Let's take, God, there was a good one. I think it was this one. normal for now. And right. Okay, there we go. So something that follows the curve of the bug, and kind of like a simple pattern or something. Maybe like a wavy pattern like this. Let's put it down below, actually. Oh. So it's not like literally the raw bug, but it feels like they decorated it in a way. This brush here can be slightly finicky, especially if you're trying to draw something small. But it's good because it has a little texture. Looks a bit more natural. So how about a simple pattern like this, instead of repeating that symbol? This is obviously very, very bright, but... kind of do the same here. This is masked, it won't show up there, but... how about something like this? And maybe put it... soft light or something like that, so it retains the texture below it. Maybe... it's usually a good combo to do a very low opacity normal layer, and then on top another low opacity either soft light or overlay layer. It's usually a good middle ground. Neo, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Doing good. Bit busy lately, but still trying to carve out time to get these done. Yeah, studying, and I'm doing a don't know if there's an English name for that. At the end of the university studies, you have to do a like some research work. So writing that down takes some time, and yeah, still studying. Soon, by the way, I don't think I mentioned that on stream. The stream schedule is gonna have to change starting around the middle of the month, because I'll be starting a super intensive like study regime for the national exam, for the national medicine exam. Yeah, the hair has been cut. It has. A dissertation. Yeah, I do Mondays and Wednesdays at around 8 p.m. And sometimes other days of the week, but those I always try to keep like the same days. Anyway, yeah, I'll have to change it soon though, because yeah, I'll be starting this like super intensive program, and it's basically all week, all day, like insane amounts of studying we're gonna have to do, and the Sundays will be free, so I'll probably be streaming either in short bursts during the week where I can like stop studying for a while just to relax, because and it's fun, but it'll be short streams, and if I do longer streams it's gonna have to do either Saturday night or Sunday. Dissertation is named the project during the final year. Yeah, that's it then. Then yeah, basically a dissertation. Gardening work. Eating some tea. You just take the tea leaves and put them in your mouth directly. Sounds fun. I don't know if I should follow the whole shape of it, or if I should just leave it there. Could follow like all the plates. Dinner, tea are interchangeable? Really? Didn't know that. I thought if you say I'm going for tea, it's more like, it's not dinner, it's more like a, I don't know, an afternoon snack or something. We have merienda for that in Spanish. Contextualize it. It's a multi-use word. Don't really have a good stable hand for this. That's why I'm not gonna be a surgeon, because my hand is awfully trembly. Why I always have to redo strokes. I'm constantly doing this and this. It's basically my life. Oh, Streamlabs bot. Getting a bit confused with those messages. So I need to space them out a little. Not very good at the bot thing. And obviously what I'm doing here, it's, as you can see, it's way too crisp, way too clear. I'm obviously not gonna just leave it like this. But we'll mess with that once we finish drawing it. I guess that's pretty alright. We draw some fake scary eyes, like, angry. No, but something more like this, more like a pattern, maybe like a circle. Pattern like this. I like to represent an eye in a more abstract way. Yeah, I guess that's not bad. The decorations makes it feel more like this is not an actual bug, it's more like a man-made thing that uses bug parts. Hopefully it does. So, okay. First we're gonna leave it in normal, and we're gonna be trying to make it a bit messier. I know it already has some texture. Mr. Google, thank you. Okay, I guess we can do a little blur and maybe a little motion just to give those edges a little bit of distortion, I guess. Can't really see what I did down here. That's okay. We can give a slight amount of Gaussian on top of that. Then we're gonna do a cool grain action as taught to me by Larry. How's the music, by the way? Is it too high for you? Okay, so just applying this noise on top like this. Give it a little bit of texture. Merge that. And now that that is set, more or less, I do some changing after. Gonna see what layer modes we can use. What I'm thinking is normal plus overlay. So a soft, yeah, about 30% or something like that, normal. And then some overlay on top. And what this does, since normal just paints, it's just a normal layer, you're just applying pixels. You put that on a low, as a base with a low opacity, and it kind of paints a very soft base like this. And then what overlay does, this is just the overlay layer. What overlay does is it paints stronger on, as you can see here. If I'm painting white and I'm painting it on bright areas, it's gonna paint it stronger. If I paint it on dark areas, it's gonna not paint it as strong. So as you can see, as you can see here, it's much stronger than here, which is in shadow. So overlay by itself here doesn't really work. Feels like, I don't know, feels like painted metal or something. It's not the right texture for this. But if we add a soft normal below it, it will still kind of get a bit darker in the darker areas, but not in such a strong manner. Okay, and then I think we can do some manual adjusting on top of this. I'm just gonna take a big soft brush like this, pressure controlled, and the parts where I feel like it shouldn't be as strong, I'll just erase it a little bit. That's starting to look good. And then what we can do in a new layer, if this was a layer on itself, I just put a clip-in layer on top. But since we are already on a clip-in layer, I just took a new layer and put a mask of the base one. And just gonna take a normal brush. This way we can paint some lights and some shadows on top, and I'm doing this on the mask. Obviously that won't work. There we go. So just to make some areas clearer. This works in conjunction with the mask we just did. It also adds a little bit of variety. It doesn't make the whole layer the exact same opacity, because that'll look faker, you know? Just adding a little bit of bright in some areas that are not so visible. Some dark in others. Like here, as you can see, this part is darker just by nature of where it is, so. This whole part too is a bit darker. And here, for example, I want the paint to show over the whole messy texture that's below it. That's what I'm doing. It's so epic. Human skeleton for the bugs. So one of my theories for this, actually, now that you bring it up, of the theories for how to get the bugs, is maybe there's some sort of human to bug exchange where they're getting all these cool parts in exchange for sacrifices. It might be a fun one. But again, I'm not gonna leave it clear. Gonna let it be sort of unclear where they're getting it. How about that then? Let's call it paint 1. Load the bugs. Okay, just name them for clarity. You can see the before and after. Let's change a little bit of this. Maybe make this a bit smaller. I'm gonna have to make that, now that I realize that. I'm gonna have to do that in all layers. That's okay. A bit bigger there. Okay. Shape of the bug. Can you imagine if it came out and I'm accidentally plagiarizing something by Tolkien or someone like that. Kind of feel sometimes like with his stories, I'm plagiarizing other more famous authors, because the last one was very close to, well, at least in themes and stuff, to a story by Lovecraft. And I didn't realize that, since I had read that story, what's the name of it? At the Mountains of Madness, I think it is. And it takes place in Antarctica, like my story, and has a lot of the same vibes, you know? So, yeah, and I didn't realize, because I read quite a lot of Lovecraft years ago, and I forgot about that story. So there's probably some, like implicit inspiration, some unknown inspiration there. Gotta reread it to see how close I got to it. But I remember it took place in a similar setting. And I did get a lot of comments saying, oh, that's reminds me of Mountains of Madness by Lovecraft. Okay, there we go. Sorry for the barking dog. I don't know if the mic picks that up, but it's just outside the window there, so not a lot I can do about that. And the hills of foolishness. I like that. Okay, pretty happy with this one so far. I think if that is it, I think plus hot here is me. That's no dog. The plus hot here is just me telling myself that I should make it look more like a hut, and I think hopefully we've sort of achieved that. And last pick is what we're gonna do. So, erase that layer. Okay, is it clear enough that it's a hut now? Hopefully it is. I don't know if I should put something on the top. Because I was thinking, okay, something I can go at the top, maybe a chimney, but that doesn't make a lot of sense for this kind of huts. They didn't have chimneys, I think. At least the base one doesn't have. Just has a little pokey tip on top like this. And not a lot I can take from there. A bench on the right. I guess where could I take a bench like this though? I think I do have a picture. I don't know if I downloaded it. Hang on, because there might be a picture that could work for added details. I do sort of remember something. Although, I don't know if I downloaded it though. Let me see if I can find it. Let's do... I have so many pictures saved, like way more than I actually end up using. So sometimes it's hard to refine something. No, I don't think I saved it. That's okay. Oh no, I think this is it. Let's see, let me put this one on top. I'll download it in a second. Fellowship of Huts. Let me turn on the lights too. There we go. So that is another picture from the same photographer, since the edges look like the same, the handwriting looks like the same. We can't see it here because I cut it out, but it had a similar writing on the side. It was the other hut I had thought about taking. And this says en route to Fort something. And we could take this, for example. 1-800 bug hut. Where would calling that number get you? Like, who would answer that? Okay, we can put this below our bug thingy. Dragging is so annoying since I've had that Photoshop 2020, because every time well, not every time, but sometimes, as you can see right now, when I drag layers, like the cursor gets stuck. Right now I'm moving it and it's not showing up. And I have to, and this happens only with my tablet, I have to move the mouse and then it fixes. I have to switch to the mouse so that doesn't happen. And it is annoying. It is very annoying. So obviously the lighting here is different and everything. But we could take some elements like this. Let's do a rough selection first. There we go. I was thinking of also taking this, but it would be straw against straw, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Okay. How about that? Obviously, the contrast here is all messed up, but we can fix that. By the way, it's Pride Month, right? So happy Pride Month to all that apply. When I saw it, it was like, wait, already? How long have I been quarantined? Okay, if we just manage to fix that contrast, which is very different, I think this could look cool. Take a big chunk here. There we go. And then here too. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can fix that. Still kept it as a smart object. I like to make the changes final until the very end. Yeah, let's see. We're gonna get a lot of noise coming from this, which kinda sucks, but and it is a picture we have. Can't do much more. Oof, look at that noise in the dark areas. Hang on. Let's zoom back. Make it a bit brighter in general. How about that? Just adding some small details to make it a bit more hut-like, I guess. We'll also be running a small reduce noise filter because we added a lot of it. Let's see. Doesn't do a lot on the dark areas, but still. Gotta take what we can take. Oh. Pretty good. Okay, and then right below it, a little bit of shadow. Soft shadow, more like ambient occlusion than anything else. This is already the harder shadow, like right below here. So just a little bit of soft shadow against the wall. Soften that a little. All right. I think that is gonna be bug hot for you guys. We added some of these. Let's brighten this slightly. Good. Alright, so I think I'm gonna call this at least provisionally done. So let's review what we got. We have our first picture. Oh, I need to save it as PSP, I guess. It's getting a bit large. It's okay. It's two pictures that we're doing the same document for some reason. That's fine. Okay, saved. So we first did this one, which is our main character, main anthropologist. And let's put the paper again. For those that are coming in, this is part of a series that includes a lot of short stories based on old pictures, old documents, and creepy creatures. Like this one, this one, this one. So this is the fourth one in that series. Yes, fourth one. And it's gonna be a bunch of different pictures really that go into the same story. So this is our main character, an anthropologist. I think he's gonna be British. Still don't have a name for him though. That's going around modern day Tanzania and is visiting different tribes, like small tribes, uncontacted and undocumented tribes. It's going with a camera, a translator, and his notebook basically. So the pictures is a visual part of it, and what I'll be doing next, maybe a little bit in stream, a little bit out of stream, is the writing part that is basically what you guys have the outline here for. which is gonna be presented in a book form. Kind of like, this is the book he wrote when he came back, and maybe he tried to get published, but he never really got published because publishers thought it was too fantastical or too unrealistic. Anyway, this is him with one of the statues that this tribe made. This is one of their houses. This is a few warriors from the tribe with weapons made out of the pincers of stag beetles and shields too. I think that is, yeah, that's what the ones we have. And next, I'm gonna be doing a fourth one. This is kind of unprecedented because in the other ones I did like really one or two main effects, like a creature or a bug, and maybe like put it in two different circumstances, slightly changed. But in this case, we're doing something like way more complex, because each one of these pictures is a different thing with a different effect. That's why it's taking so long, obviously. And in this one, in this one, I'm using pictures from a wedding ceremony. And it's gonna be the ritual, or some sort of ritual from this tribe. And the writing around it is gonna be like, these guys are going to do this ritual, but they are not allowing me to attend. They don't want me to go. They say it's like secret and sacred for the tribe. So he sneaks in anyway, and he tries to get a peek from behind the group of people. There's a picture from that. And what we're gonna do is first mix these two pictures, which are from the same place, but one of them is just, even though it's cut a bit shorter, it's very exposed and I like it better, so we're gonna use this one, put it on top of the base one, and then among the crowd there, we're gonna be putting the pincers, the face of the bug, like poking out. Like we don't know if they're hunting it, they're killing it, or it's like, or they're just witnessing it in a way. Anyway, first thing we're gonna do is combine these two images. This, by the way, comes from Maasai. I don't know how to pronounce it. Warriors. Give them children in exchange for criminal bugs. So this whole bug government structure then, by what you're saying. Yeah, I want to kind of leave it unclear, like how exactly are they getting it. But yeah, that's basically what I want people to fear or to suspect, is like, oh, maybe they're giving them something in exchange. Yeah, there's bugs, taxes, there is a whole legal system. Everything's accounted for. So in the mix of these two pictures, since there's a slightly different angle in both, there's the same tree that I used as a reference. It's not exactly the same, but so. I'll try to find a good place to mash them together. Like taking bits from one and the other where necessary. do this. And then we're gonna have to take this here. There we go. Oh. There. Okay. Okay, stop doing that. Let's see. Just trying to look at the edges, see if there's some wonky areas. I think this is probably the wonkiest area. But it's not that big of a deal. Okay, and this edge here, we got this guy. I guess we gotta cut somewhere. Maybe we can cut this guy out since it's not really visible where his arm is. And this guy is like facing back, so it's a bit better. Okay. So that's a base of what we're gonna use. And next, we're gonna be placing this. And we gotta find a good placement, a good angle for it. Come on, there we go. Considering that the front part will be cut by the people's bodies and head. So the main thing I'm looking at right now is the part that's going to be visible, which is the head and upper body. Maybe we can flip it too. No, because then it's like not really looking at them. I like that it's kind of facing them in a way. How's that? Let's try this out. So first we're gonna do a clearer selection. I don't care too much about the legs. I'm gonna do a rough selection in case we use them later, but they're probably not gonna show up. Or if they do, it's as a silhouette, not really clearly. I think the whole thing is gonna be sort of like a silhouette. And the one of the first ideas I had for this, is having a hunting party and having them like literally with a dead bug in front of them and weapons in their hands. But I feel like that was maybe a bit too clear of an explanation, since I want to leave that in mystery. I thought, how about a more unclear ritual, where he's maybe just seeing the back of it, not clearly distinguished what he's looking at. I don't know. Let me know if that's a shitty idea. Maybe not the clearest picture, but I like the pose of it. Originally I thought about, and I was looking for this picture, for using in this one. I was trying to look at maybe a belly up bug like this one, belly up beetle. You know how sometimes they get like upside down and they can't get up again? You have to kind of push them. Sort of like that. But then I found this one. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. Like pretty stark lighting that matches our daylight scene. Striking pose and looking up. That was kind of cool. So I chose this one. Let's see if it doesn't work, we can always go and find another one, but just thought it was neat. God, this dog. Gonna close the window if it's too annoying, but hopefully I get him inside soon. This is very out of focus. I don't mind. It's okay. Okay, anyone here has messed with the statistics program SPSS? The IBM statistics thing? Because, you guys, I've been messing with it for the past few days and it is hell. I hate that program with all my heart and soul. It's like if Excel, I guess, if Excel was made by the devil, literally. Those that don't know, SPSS is a statistics program that allows you to do like some pretty cool statistics tests that is very important for scientific research and for medical research. But the UI is absolutely dreadful. It seems like a straight out of the 80s, and everything's ugly. Everything is hard to find. You gotta look for a tutorial every time you're trying to do something slightly different. Because everything seems hidden in like some sort of sub-menu. It is bad. I complain about Photoshop, but this is like some next level bad UI. So yeah, bottom line, never do any kind of statistics. It's boring, y'all. I don't think it's here, but if Shreddy was here, he'd probably agree with me. I bet he's used that. By the way, one question for you guys. Curious. How did you find this stream like the first time? If you want to answer it, you don't have to. Like, did you find it through Twitter or through another streamer? just to get an idea of where people come from. Or maybe even just searching something on Twitch and completely random chance. Was forced? By whom? Who forced you? You poor thing. Having to come here and watch me ramble. Snapstar? Was it a raid or something? I don't remember. Okay. So it was like by accident while looking for Snapster, was it? Yeah, I wonder why he keeps changing his... Because I've seen him streaming from 2 different usernames. I think I asked him in the True Discord, but I don't think he responded. Let's stay a mystery. And did he stream then on other platforms too? Hey Septober, how are you doing? Still making bugs. Bugs and tribes. This is... I feel like I've been on this specific project, even though it's like several different pictures. I feel like I've been on this for so long. Yeah, I think this is like the third or fourth stream in this like setting. So yeah, I'm sorry if you guys are getting tired of this specific story, but... next time. Feels like every one of the edits I'm doing in this series is taking longer than the last one. Well, I don't feel like it, I know it is. Every time I try to do a bit more than the last one, so it ends up being quite complex. This part is kind of blurry. I think that's probably fine. We'll just apply some motion blur to the mask in a second. Hey Viv! We are working on bugs and tribes. This is still the same story as the... oh, that's the wrong one. That's for an album cover I'm gonna do. Probably, maybe I'll stream that on Wednesday. We'll see. So, what we've done so far for people who are jumping in is this guy who's an anthropologist. He's just going around Africa in the year 1920 or around that time, so after the First World War. In this time, Tanzania, modern day Tanzania, is a British territory, British colony. It was just taken from the Germans in the First World War, after the First World War. So this guy, it's going to be British, is just touring around trying to document people who live there and stuff, and he comes upon this apparently uncontacted tribe. And this is him with a statue. This is one of their huts or buildings. There's a few warriors with some weapons and shields made out of bug parts. And finally, what we're doing here is a ritual. This is gonna be like the last one, and it's during the whole story, the guy's gonna be wondering, like, where are they getting this from? At first, it's gonna be like, oh, these are probably just sculptures that they try to make look like bugs. But slowly, he's more and more convinced that these are actual bugs. But where are they getting all these from? And all the tribe elders or warriors, something like that, go on a ritual, go somewhere to do a ritual, and they don't allow him to go. So he sneaks in anyway, and this is him like sneaking in and trying to snap a quick picture of the ritual before they find him out. So this is what this picture is. This is just him like sneakily trying to document the rituals. And it's gonna be sort of unclear if they're fighting this bug or they're sort of making an offering to it. I'll leave that unclear. That's the idea behind this one. So once we finish cutting this, we're gonna put him behind the crowd. And maybe make him more like a silhouette. Obviously we're cutting it in color right now, because it's easier to see the edges of things in color. So if maybe if we put black and white, maybe this part and this part will be much closer, and it'll be difficult to gauge where the edge is. And it's not the best picture, but especially there's some parts here and here that are way out of focus. But I don't think it matters, since it's gonna be more of a silhouette than anything. And maybe it's okay that there's some blurring, because we can hide that with some motion blur. So it look more like it's just moving around, and it just the camera got him blurry than anything else. Might even sell the I'm just snapping a quick picture before they find me out feeling of it. Hey Sébastien, ça va? Ça va, ça va. How are you doing? Sun all day? It's sort of cloudy. And lately it's been, like, extremely warm. That's why my window is sort of open still, because then I would die if I left it closed. That's where on your side. Over here it's rare too. Like, people think that all Spain is really sunny. But I live in the north of Spain. And it's usually more rainy and cloudy than anything else. The weather is very close to England. So you get an idea. Arctic lag? Not that much, but compared to the rest of Spain, or the south of Spain. Yeah, that's where I got the picture. Well, that's where I got this one. That's like right behind my house there. Shut the front door? What do you mean? Spain is warm in summer. Yeah, well, summer is generally good in my region, but it's not like what people expect. It's still fairly rainy in summer. So right now we're having unprecedentedly warm weather. It's kind of rare here. Well, there we go. We got a quick selection. We'll do black and whites. And we'll mess with... So here you can see the black and white adjustments. You can mess with each color and how dark and white it's gonna be. That's why I like doing the black and white layer instead of just getting the saturation down, because that way you can adjust it slightly. And I like to make the reds very dark here, for example, maybe yellows too. Shut the front door. Okay. I was like, what? Did you hear my front door or something in the mic? So not a lot of cyans, not a lot of blues here. Well, maybe blues. No, there are blues. I'm gonna get this yellows darker and maybe the reds slightly higher. Okay. Count some black and whites. Then we're gonna do levels on top of it. And this is basically the first thing I try to do when I'm putting something from another picture on top of a black and white picture is try to match the darkest and lightest color. As you can see, the blacks here are extremely darker than, much darker than the darkest here, which we can say is here. So we're gonna try to match that first with this little slider. So I'm trying to get this, I guess, yeah, this one is the darkest part. Trying to match it with this. It won't look perfect at first, won't look great, but we can do this with God, what's the name of it? Eyedropper. With the eyedropper tool. So we can get it a bit darker actually. Yeah, that seems similar. So we got the darkest, like baseline. Then let's try to get the brightest too, which I think it's not entirely white, but in this case it is. So we need to get that white a bit lower. Let's see now. Maybe not as much. Seems similar enough. And then we can mess with this, and this won't change what the darkest black is. Although if we move this a lot and we see that there's actually darker colors, yeah, maybe we can move this a little bit to the right. So I want to make it pretty generally dark, this one. I want it to look sort of like a silhouette. I'm also gonna try to stamp down all of these specular highlights. Let's say it's gonna be behind our group of people here. So it's gonna be around this area. As you can see here, it's even lower contrast, I guess. Actually, should lower the contrast even more. Is this part of the picture? It's gonna be in pretty low contrast. Okay. Still not finished with that specific thing, but now that we have more or less the gist of it, we can group it all and make a layer mask. And this layer mask is gonna be the silhouette of this group of people. Just gonna make it. There we go. It's gonna take the group in general first, because then if we move it, if we just erase the leg, then we move it, the leg will pop up again and it'll be annoying, so just do like a general pass first. You can also do that with a lasso. Oh, there's a little tip of edge here. Needs to be removed. There we go. Back to this. So there is this guy here. I don't know what to do with this guy. Should we remove him? It's kind of weird. He seems to be holding an umbrella. And are you guys with me? Does this guy seem like it's holding an umbrella, or am I be just holding a piece of cloth and just sort of looks like that? It's not from that place in time. It's a time traveler. Yeah, it kind of seems anachronistic, even though umbrellas are old as hell. Oh, but it does feel weird. Maybe we can just take a quick clone stamp tool. Just by... Sorry, mate. Gonna be removed. There we go. Gotta close the window because bugs are gonna start getting in, and I just want the digital ones. I don't want mosquito bites everywhere. I'm back. Didn't take too long, did it? Okay. Oh, we got a little bit still here. think that's gonna be enough. Okay. So we move this dude. Sorry, that's just your fault for having an umbrella in 1910 or whenever that was. Okay, back to the bug. Wondering what to do exactly with the legs. Because this one, and they have a different perspective. You know, this leg here is very foreshortened, like it comes very close to the camera, and I don't feel like it's right next to this group. I feel like it's a bit further away. So maybe, okay, how about, whoa, wrong keystroke. No. How about we take this, copy it, just to have a copy layer. We group this up, and then we do some puppet warping, like this. This way, you can put this leg here, this pesky leg, in its place, and we're just gonna have it be behind this person. So the body maybe be a bit lower to the ground. Okay. Hopefully it's a bit better. Let's compare it to the original. Didn't change too much. Now we can. This one work? Among the leaves there. I think that's good. This area here is not very well cut, I guess. Yeah, I just roughly cut it and it doesn't really work. Should I just have the head pop up? No, I think we should see some of the body at least. Like this, maybe. There's some edges here. Okay. Trying to find a good place for this. Real puppet warp again. I want to get the body lower down to the ground. Seems like it's sort of floating at this point. Should make a shadow too. Okay, so let's do it manually, because do it with a selection like this, but might be just too confusing. I think it's gonna be easier to just draw it ourselves. Let's go. Let's get our drawing skills tested. I think it should be like around this area. Hey Shreddy. How are you doing? Oh, it's true, you're a mod. I forgot that. Hey, welcome back, Wheeler. How did it go? Oh, Shreddy, I got a haircut, yeah. Finally. God. That's long overdue. Thank you. Finish reading that thing. Good, it didn't take too long. How was it? Oh yeah, I wanted to. I was talking about. I'm doing a project for the end of the study, end of medicine. You know, you have to do like a research project, and I'm battling right now with SPSS, and I was wondering. I was explaining to people how horrible that program made by the devil is. I was wondering if anybody had used it. I was like, probably Shreddy. Have you ever used SPSS? The IBM statistics thing. Yeah, let's go back to the levels here. Okay, then we also need to do a few blurs. Get all that detail out. Use. Oh, let's see that. Our project. I haven't used that one. I mean, right now it's too late to learn another program. I already spent so long trying to learn SPSS that. Oh, that's a long link. Suspicious link. Oh, no worries. Let's have. Oh, that's cool. I like the graphs. It does. Might get a free trial to get some to do some graphs for the final version. Yeah, they'll have their learning curve. Okay, try and get some very dark areas to sort of tone down there. Put that on lighten maybe. God, Neil, it's gone insane. Why? What happened to Neil? Is he streaming? Or is more to scientific study? Well, that's more like what I'm looking for. Hang on, we gotta see that. How insane are we talking about? What is he doing? Why is he doing that? Doing in infinity. Well, everyone needs to do more composites, so it's good. Good for him. now they zoomed out and I saw what he was doing. Oh my god. Wait, let me just send him a message. Have it muted, but... I don't know what it'll answer, man. Yeah, so I was just adding some noise here. In soft light, let me just make it a bit less. Okay, so I was thinking of what I'm doing right now, reducing the contrast even further, because I want it to be a little bit silhouette-like. And also reduce all those enormous highlights. Oh, I'm on lighten, I guess. There we go. I don't mind that we lose a lot of detail there. Yeah, here's another thing we're gonna do. We're gonna take this and give it a layer mask of its own selection, because I want to blur the mask here. I guess I should have done that before doing the puppet warp thing. Let's see if it works like this. So the idea I had to do like a feathered lasso here and take some parts that are blurrier and give them some motion blurring. So we are on the mask right there. See if that works on the mask. Guess I need to do it on layer 2. I kind of want to leave it unclear. What are they doing? Like, it's supposed to be a ritual, but we don't know if it's a hunting ritual or if it's like some sort of deal they have with these bugs. Something like that. Okay. Here's what we can do too. Take this whole thing without the noise, because the noise we're adding at the end. Combine it into a layer. A bit less feathering, because that was too much. Try to do that again. In this case, we're doing it of the whole. No? Oh, I guess we still have this one below. In this case, we're doing the whole layer, the whole thing, not just the layer mask. Guess this also should be moving by the same logic, and these two antenna thingies, let's give them a different direction for the blur. And then I was thinking maybe we could even blur the whole thing, like kind of motion blur the picture, all of the picture at the same time. So it feels like it was just kind of shaking, taking it quickly. Just getting some double composite in action. Doing well. Okay, might have gone a bit too light on it. Feels like it should be generally darker. Let's do further another levels here. Let's make it maybe darken slightly the whole thing. Or maybe instead of that, you could get a manual overlay layer, get a soft brush. And just do it ourselves. I'm thinking, where's the light coming from in this picture? Kind of from the right here. So we're gonna apply shadows in that manner. And like up and to the right. Daughter seems to have an immune system overreaction to something with a fever of 3972. Oof, that is Oh man, that sucks, man. Hope she does well there. Yeah, I understand the anxiety. Oh, that is an extension I downloaded for stock search. So it searches on the common sites, on Pixabay, on Splash. This is quicker quality of life thing. Let's just look for a beetle, for example. This is the free version of it. It'll get you some Adobe stock ones too, but just a quick way of getting pictures sometimes. Yeah, let me link to it. A second. It is in the, if you're on the Discord, on the resources channel. It is somewhere in there. There it is. It is in the other section. But I'll paste it in chat too. There, that should get you there. You don't know what the immune reaction is? Because I mean, a high fever for so many days. Is it like allergic reaction style, or is it more like infectious? Because I mean, an immune overreaction can track with COVID. He had conjunctivitis 14 days ago. That's like a very surface level infection. Unless that same virus that gave the conjunctivitis got into the bloodstream, which is rare. I don't think that would be a cause, right? And also conjunctivitis can be allergic and tons of other things. Well, the immune overreaction, although like 14 days ago is a very long time for that. Yeah, I guess that they'll be thoroughly testing in the hospital. Yeah, man, really good luck with all that. And keeping the family together. And it's just a fever, like isolated fever. No breathing symptoms, no. This is odd fever. That is strange. But you know, kids can have like this unexplained and sometimes like isolated and never happens again cases of fever without any cause, or at least apparent cause. It is rare, but if it's an isolated fever like that and no other symptoms, could be. I had a cousin that had, when she was a kid, had a lot of like, unexplained fevers, and she stopped having them already, but they never could find out what it was. How old is she? If you don't mind me asking. She didn't look. Oh no. That's disgusting. I love how you remember that very specific thing. No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. 2 years. Yeah, but for kids that young, sometimes they can have a lot of symptoms that escape because they're not really able to tell you about it. So the testing they'll do will hopefully clarify a lot of things. No! Still not really feeling this bug and this contrast. Trying to get further away to see it in a different light, hopefully. Flipping it too can work. I think perspective-wise works well, and usually when you flip it, it'll give you the symmetry defects, and the perspective defects is what you usually see better. But in this case, value problems that it might have, that doesn't really give you a lot of information. How are you feeling about, like, I don't mind if you're a trained or untrained observer, just gut feeling. This bug, does it feel too dark, too light, too crisp? I don't know, what's your first impression, if you have any? Yeah, maybe I went too far with removing contrast. Gonna add some back. The dark areas are a bit too light. Yeah, that might be. I'm trying to equate it more to the subjects that are on that part of the picture, like on that plane. Is as you can sort of see here, the subjects are closer, and I think that's just a thing of those old cameras. Subjects that are closer have higher contrasts, and I guess these are different pictures, but can work in the base one anyway. And the ones that are further away have lower contrast. So it feels like, at least. That's why it's kind of a hard balance to make. Yeah, we can pull that up a little. so it feels more like the contrast here. You can also, okay, since the background is made of two different pictures, as we can see this one and this one, which have slightly different contrasts. You can take the base one, which is where the bug is, basically, and get some levels on top of that, and increase its contrast, so it matches more with this. That way we don't get that much that effect of lower contrast as it goes further away. We sort of fix that effect. And since I can't really pan very well, there we go. You can see the difference. And now it feels, the bug feels more integrated. You can even go further a bit. Not with the whites, because I still want the white to be slightly grayish. Let's see how far. About there seems good. Good middle ground. Dr. Evil. It's floating right now. It's, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I felt. And I reduced that a little with puppet warping. I think we can still get it down a tad. Just turn it a little, so the legs are still on the right plane. There. I can get this normal layer, get a lighter color, put it here. There's a guy with an umbrella, or what looks like it. Just pull that. Actually, no. Just do alt click. This is the original. There was this guy. I removed him with some clone stamping, which actually I should darken slightly. Go. And now this shadow here can make it so it's not like really touching the ground, but it's kind of quite closer. A bit closer. Maybe I'll pull everything again slightly to the left so we can see more of the bug. I'll have to redo some here. Go. And now we have a lot of weird shadows here because that was hidden before. There. You're bugging out. Oh, I need to move the shadow too, because this is the main body shadow, and it's to the right, pretty much. We aren't really seeing the other legs here, so I think I'm just gonna put some strong shadows so it gets a little contrast. There we go. Okay. Shadow then. So many layers. But you know me, I like my layers. I like my layers like I like my... What could be a good metaphor? I like my layers like I like my women. A lot of them. Making some new shadows. I like my layers like I like the TV series Lost. Confusing, really long, and I forget the names of everything. I used to love the TV show Lost, by the way, but it was confusing. I feel like it probably wouldn't hold up today though. It's like from a different time in TV series. Okay, what if I took all of this, grouped it up, got it into a single... By the way, with this... Oh, this is another picture from the same group that I didn't take, because it was just hard to get anything in there. So I won't use it. Okay. I copy every layer. There we go. Take everything, copy, merge. There we go. So we have a full layer, and I didn't just do Control Alt Shift E because I wanted the sides to be there too, just to be able to correct them slightly. Yeah, that's all right. There we go. What if I did a motion blur side to side of the whole image? I don't know how much though, but kind of like it's just taking the picture really quickly before they... I don't know if that's any good. Or any other types blur too. Path blur, which is more like a... more complicated version of motion blur. Something like that. Obviously with lower speed, but... Oh, look at this. You can adjust it to be stronger on one side of the image. That's cool. I don't usually, as you can see, use this type of blur. So you could blur more to like one side of the image. And end here. Oh, that's the end point again. Well, I guess I gotta do this. Okay, makes sense. Still finding out about how this works. Kind of a test, but... let's see how that looks. Nah, I don't really love it, but... I wanted to see how it looked. I just blurred the whole image a little bit. So it kind of looked like it was taken in a hurry. But let's just do unblurred. Okay, what else? How are you guys feeling about the bug now? I know it's better than before, but I'm still not like super convinced myself. Is it too crisp, maybe? Like if we just take this part of the image, this guy's not in focus at all. It's kind of blurry. And this is maybe, it's a bit blurry, but it's maybe too crisp. Let's see. This bug. Where are they? Okay, I guess I copied this. So it's there twice. There it goes. I just copied it in accident. Okay, let's smarten this object. And then... what kind of blur should we do? Smart blur. No, never. I know where things are. If I named them, the streams would be twice as long. And oh boy, I wasn't seeing that. Exactly. Where's the fun if you don't get lost from time to time? Get lost in your own mess. And you won't believe me, but I'm a very orderly person in the rest of my life. Like, everything has to be in place. Maybe there's a correlation there. If you take people that are messy in real life, are they messy in Photoshop too, and vice versa? I mean, I used to put a little bit more order, but then I found out that you could control right click on something and it gave you all the layers, so you could find, even if you were lost, you could find the layer very easily. If you only name a few of them, you're usually fine. If I just name this one bug, then you're usually good, because you see this bug and everything that's on top of it is the adjustment layers on bug, the noise, the group it's part of. The characters would explain this. Hundreds of unnamed layers. Yeah, there we go. Part of the clan, part of the group. Oh, we had a really good name for people like us in that we came up one day on Shu's stream, I think. Layer layers. That's it. Really layer layers. It's kind of hard to pronounce, but oh no, I don't have any more water. Brazilian streamers that has Tourette syndrome. I've seen a few streamers actually with Tourette's. If you don't know Rescue, he's a photography streamer. I don't think he's streamed in a while now. Let's plug his channel anyway. Hang on. Chris did change his name. Maybe he did. All Brazilians have Tourette's. Come on, that's racist. Hang on, I think I'll find him quickly on Shu's Discord, probably. Yeah, and there's a very popular streamer that has Tourette's. What's her name? Well, you probably know her, right? She's like super popular. There we go. There. Anita, yeah, that's it. Good Anita. That's the guy I was talking about. God, that took a while. Very nice guy. He hasn't streamed in quite a while though. But go give him a follow. Maybe he'll start again. She sucks? Why? I haven't... Like, I'm not gonna defend her or anything. I don't really know a lot about her. Maybe caught her streaming once or twice. But it was fun because of the Tourette's. And it's good that she brings awareness to that. Okay, pretty happy with this. Let's take everything and turn it a little bit so it fits in frame. That should be good. I still don't know if I should give it a little blur. What do you guys think? Maybe we will give some general motion blur to the whole bug. It already has it in some parts. Actually, that's probably not good. Should do it individually. Tell me hanging, why does I need a suck? I need to know now. Good motion. Finish my first morning shift in like 4 months. Oh, that must be hard. Too much motion blur? Maybe a bit, right? Just do it, but a bit softer. Work with kids and special needs. Doing a great job. Yeah, that's basically the vibe I got from her. That she's good at giving awareness. Because a lot of people don't even know what Tourette's is, or I don't know, don't really understand how it affects a person. Hey Hitzel, how are you doing? Making more bugs, as you can see. Good old Valdevia, making bugs. Pizza. Come on, that's rude. Apologize to Hitzel. Too late. Too late, man. I'll never forgive you. Hey, Neil! I was gonna raid you! Come on, I saw you doing composites. How did that go? Raiders. How's it going, man? We be the Raiders. And to be fair, probably a lot of people that were watching your stream were also on mine, because I saw them on both chats, so... No. It's just bringing people to one single place. Oh, let me see that. That is very good, man. Why was that? Why did you have that idea? It's all his fault. Classic Mahadis. The rolls are out, right? I saw them. Fortunately, I don't know how much time I'll have to participate. So I haven't signed up. I've taken a look at the routes. Yeah, link the website, Neil, so people can take a look. If you guys don't know, this little contest going on. It's some money as a prize. And gotta retouch 3 pictures, and let me see if I can get them, because I think I downloaded them somewhere. I don't know where though. Oh, there you go. Well, you can download them from Neil's link. There's portraits like this, and one from Mike that I can't open on my photos thing, but I can open on here. There. So give it a try, you guys, if you wanna practice a little bit. Good. You sent out an email. Yeah, if I participated on this, what I would do is something crazy like I did some other times with the challenge pictures in the Discord. For those that didn't see those, this is one of them I did, and I would do like something like this for the 3 of them, but each of these is quite time consuming and I'm so busy right now, so I probably won't make it to the deadline. Thank you. That's Larry, picture from Larry. Do it. I'll try. I'll see on. So I'll be streaming on Wednesday, so probably be doing that on Wednesday, or at least even if I don't enter the competition, just for fun. Okay, how's this bug feeling? Pretty happy with it so far, though. I'm probably gonna be tweaking that contrast quite a bit more, since I'm never happy with that kind of thing. let's copy this. And this layer here is an absolute mess, but it is some of the grain, some of the dust that was on one of the images. So I just got that, put it on screen, multiply, sorry. And as you can see here, this gives you some of that noise. I'll clip that on top of the bug. Just make sure I get all of it. There we go. Put that on multiply. There we go. Quite a bit of dust there. Maybe a bit too much actually. But it's pretty dark, so we can't see that much. You guys saw that in a bit. Psychiatrist office. Yeah, it's just old, dusty pictures. There's also even hair on some of them. So since I had that from the others, I'll just apply it real quick. And let's see, we have a total of 4 pictures, and all 4 of them are completely different effects. So let's start with the beginning. I think the order I'm gonna do is this one, then this one, then this, then this. Right, so leave the big one, the most striking one with a live bug squirming around for the last one, for the end. What do we think about that? Thank you. I'm happy with the little decorations I did. There's some edge here that I don't really like. But we can always go behind the bug. Just sneakily. Darken that. This is sort of white outline, and it's part of the background, I noticed, instead of being just some edge of the bug. But it looks like it's a bad edge. There we go. Also add some darkness like this to, there we go, to give a bit of contrast with the bug. I feel like maybe on top of the bug, we already have so many layers on top, but one more, one less, who cares? And to lighten some areas. Like more specifically. To match more with our general lighting. What's going on here? That part of this, yeah, probably. Just soften this edge a little. There we go. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the whole set of them so far. I think it, like apart from small changes I'm surely going to be making. It's going to be all of it. This and this. And the only thing we have to make is the written part of it, which I'll just pull up the paper for those that are just jumping in. The story of this is anthropologist from England, and year around like 1920, after the First World War, Tanzania, modern day Tanzania, Tanganyika, I think is the old name for it, was colonized by the English. It was German before, it was passed down to the English. So in this historical context, the book's name was Shirley Mike. Looks natural. The hut, you mean? So in this historical context of England gaining this new colony, probably a lot of people going there, there's this guy who's going to be an anthropologist who's just touring around the new territories and visiting tribes and documenting them, taking pictures. And there is, I've said that several times already, but there is a lot of racism from that time, and I'm gonna be trying to steer clear of that. So this guy who's gonna be telling the story, it's gonna be pretty nice about it. It's not gonna be like how it would likely have been a super racist take on it. It's gonna be respectful of there. It's probably gonna be the exception of the people of that time. Anyway, the guy's gonna be telling his account of him visiting the town, of the little village, their customs, what they talk like little things like that. And he's obviously gonna be very interested in the whole bug thing they have. You can see that one of the statues they make is bug based, or like a mix of bug and human. That their weapons and their houses are made of bug parts, and he's wondering like where do they get them from. And finally, at the end of his stay, I guess the tribe elder or whoever commands the tribe is setting up to do some sort of ritual. But it's not allowing the anthropologist to go and document it, because it's like sacred to them. But the guy goes anyway, because he's very curious. And that is where this picture comes in. It is him sneaking into the ritual to see what's going on, and to discover like where all these bug parts are coming from. After this picture, it's gonna be discovered and probably chased out, or it's gonna run away and not come back to that village. So it'll stay a little bit unclear what the ritual was, what it, like if they were attacking this bug, or if the bug was attacking them, or if they were doing some kind of exchange with the bug. Who knows? Anyway, that's going to be the story. And obviously the biggest challenge is telling it respectfully. And we're going to be telling it sorry. We're going to be telling it from the bug dance. Yeah, it can be a bug dance too. Maybe they're dancing. You know what would be cool, now that I think about it? What if we painted something on the bug? How about that? Something similar to this. On this bug, on the live bug. What do we think about that? Just made me think of that with bug dance. Maybe like it's taking part in the ritual too. It's got some kind of painting on it. That'd be fun. Let's try that. I don't know, there's not gonna be a lot of space for it, but... Party hat. Oh my god. Hang a bug on that tree, the one that resisted paint job. So if you allow yourself to be painted, you're spared, right? Alright, so let's just take the same brush we had before, here in wet media brushes. There we go. And obviously it's not gonna be like super visible because it's like pretty out of focus, pretty messy. So yeah, we have that. But some LSD. How do you represent LSD? Like microscopic. Usually taken in like little squares like this, right? Avicii playing in the background. Some cool face paint, some I don't know, some mustache like this, like a little kitty. You could do like on the other one, some circles on the eyes. And I guess it's the eye, so we have to kind of circle it. The big man suit as a man suit. That would be a plot twist. No, come on, it's princess. Looks like a big eye. Yeah, obviously this is like extremely strong, and it's not gonna be this visible on the final one. That's just a way for me to see where I'm painting. And then we'll heavily reduce it. How about some lines like the ones on the other one here? Guess we can't really see the other side, so that'll have to do. Oh god, that reveal at the end of that movie. You know, we saw that movie in school. Kind of school with... Anyway. Cool school. No, just in high school. We saw Shrek in high school. In English class. We learned English by watching Shrek. Which is awesome. That I'm not gonna complain about. Yeah, let's do like little dots also. Like a dotted line. It's basically some cool face paint for it. Guys, I need your creativity here. What's this bug's name? What did you just say? Science is the best. No! By Shamalama Ding Dong. I'm sorry, I don't usually hate on other people's tastes, but the best one? Willer, are you for real here, or are you kidding? Are you messing with us? Please be messing with us. Okay, now this is obviously very strong. So what we'll do first is do a little blur, motion blur. I think that looked good for the other one, so. And then a Gaussian. Why isn't it good? Because it's kind of a weak plot to begin with, and then the twist at the end is so underwhelming. I think it just messes everything up. Like, oh, this naked alien that's just running around, his weakness is water, like he literally is invading a planet made out of water. How would you invade a planet? And it, like, at least if you're a super advanced alien species capable of flights between planets, you can make yourself a suit that's gonna resist your weakness, water, in a planet that is made of water. Sorry for ranting, but the villagers may be angry. It felt robbed. I felt robbed. Yes, definitely. That's also not a very good twist. There's a good dramatic history in the background without beliefs. I don't really remember the story in the background. I just remembered being outraged about the twist at the end. Shreddy's angry. Yeah, there's water in the air! Like, that would literally kill you. If a glass of water kills you, the water in the air should be enough. Why are they walking around naked? Sorry. It's a fun movie to hate on, though. So I'll give it that. Okay, so the thing we did before, we did normal plus overlay. The overlay was a bit stronger. And then we did a new layer with the mask of the paint. And just kind of shadows on it. Just make it blend with the rest as much as possible. How about that? Well, let's disagree. Most of his movies are just fun. Yes. Except for Avatar, which is a crime against humanity, does absolutely no justice to the show. And yeah, but that movie doesn't exist. If you ask any Avatar, and I mean Avatar, the Last Airbender, I mean any fan of that show, they'll literally tell you that movie does not exist. And it doesn't. That movie is a figment of your imagination. There isn't much more better movies about aliens. Have you seen Arrival? Arrival is excellent. It is like, for me, it is the best alien movie ever made. Not technically an alien movie, but Annihilation is extremely good too. And Alien is the best alien movie. The original one. It's like classic, or horror classic. Sicario. Science better than Avatar. Science have illuminated helmets. Yeah, do check out Arrival. It is a super good movie. Got robbed, it should have gotten an Oscar. Okay, how about that for paint? Not like super clear, but if you just take a closer look at it, becomes a bit more obvious, hopefully. Arrival about an alien spaceship that gets a woman translated. Yeah, that's it. Great, it's a woman translator. She's a very good character. Really liked her. And super good performance. She got robbed of an Oscar. The Oscar hates sci-fi though. The Oscars. Okay. I like this detail. I think we're gonna keep it. Makes everything a bit more, I don't know, gives a bit more story to it. So, I think the only thing here left, sorry about this one, is I might stream this on Wednesday. It's gonna be for an album cover. Europa, it's a good sci-fi movie. I haven't seen that one. Check it out. Let me get my... There we go, let's note it down. A lot of people involved think the reason I like science is because it's small, family isolated. I don't even know. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Maybe even more so than the one in the hut. Gets a bit more toned down. Maybe I should tone this one down then. Also, probably blur it a little bit more. Could be. No, I don't think it's a blur. I think it's just a bit too bright in places. So we'll just go to paint 2, which is the strongest one. Or paint 1. Paint 3 here is also very strong. Reduce it slightly. I'll just stop doing that. There we go. Yeah, better. Alright. Should we write? Europa report. Okay. I'll change my notes. Did not use a sign on his head. Oh, you mean the symbol that was here? No, in the end, I thought that this paint was better, but we do have this. The symbol is here next to with my signature. So I think one place should be good enough. Which, by the way, let me reduce it a little bit. Oh, I guess it's already baked in. Nah. Not a big deal then. God. I hate this. I hate this. This is just making me infuriating. Anyway. Writing. So I'm thinking, should we start with an introduction to who the guy is? I think we should just jump into it. Like, we should go straight into today or like first-hand account of his meeting with it. So told in first person, I guess, which would make this story more of a first-hand account, kind of diary style. Previously on Bug Hunters. Yeah, it would make this story sort of like more of a diary or a memoir than more than a scientific book. Should Okay, so there's two ways I could tell this. One is like, yeah, that first-hand accounts, like, and first person, like, I went there, I was there for this many days, I saw this and that. Or I could tell it more in a disembodied, like, third-hand account that tells, oh, the people of this tribe are this and that, they believe this and that. I don't know what would be better there. I think let's go with the first-hand accounts, because this is just more interesting to read, even if it's not so accurate from the perspective of how a book of this style would be written. I might change it, but we also need a name for the tribe. Okay, let's just do a few notes. Right. I thought also that you need a name for the bugs. Or something like their god, or something that is related to that. And I have... hang on. I have this document which is in Spanish. I'll just... okay, so there's this word, something piña or something like that, which is a word in the Hadza language, which is a dead African language, and this word means bug. So I thought it would be fun to use that, use like an actual word from there. So okay, let's go to our browser actually. Hey, little one. So let's try to find. I thought I saw a Hadza dictionary or translator that was very limited, but it had a bug on it. This one, I think it was. Yeah, there we go. It has like some pretty basic words, but if you look for like insects, it gives you this skinya. What can we do for the name of the tribe? Just maybe tribe or village. I don't know if they'll have that. Less reliable translations. We don't have search lessons. Think. Zua. Quite very. No, that's not right. Village, like a generic name, which can just translate. There's not going to be a lot of. No. What? How many words does this have? Is Earth. Yeah, we can do Earth. So Jamoa or Jamu or Yamu. We can do like that for the name of the tribe. jam with people. Right? Can be good. So here we're gonna note down. Jamming for the tribe, Kenya for the bugs. Society. We need a name for the anthropologist. Give me an English name that sounds like it's from the early 20th century. There's English people here, so you probably know something better than me. I don't know why that doesn't sound very very real. Joseph? Is Joseph a common English name from the times? Oh, you know, we can get you Nigel said. Common names 1900s England. It's popular names in the 1900s in the United States. Oh, there we go. It's 920, but doesn't matter. Okay. William, John, George, Thomas, James, Arthur, Frederick. Some good ones here. But let's not go with the 10 most popular. We have to do something a little bit more... Something that sounds a bit interesting. Like... I don't know. I'm not gonna call him John. That is too basic, right? Nigel is good in that respect. It's like... a pretty interesting sounding name. At least for me. I don't know how common it is, really. Wilfrid. Wow. Ruben. What the hell are these names? He has to sound like an anthropologist. Yeah, William. Dick. Let's just call him Dick. Oh, Ephraim. That is a cool sounding name, isn't it? Ephraim or Ephraim? How do you pronounce that? Pronounce Ephraim for me, please. God, 49 seconds. Just give me an easy one. Ephraim. What the hell is that? Robot voice. Anyway, Ephraim. Wilfrid von Hitzel. I like that. Dick Titson. Hey Reddit. How are you doing? We're finding cool names for an anthropologist in the year 1920. Which... this guy here. So as you can see, this is kind of a noob, kind of green. This is like his first thing he ever does. That kind of character. So we're trying to find a good name. Nigel for now, Nigel is my favorite one. But Ephraim is very good too, and I think it's the name of one of the guys from The Lighthouse, which is also a very good reference. Messing with some cherry photos. Oh, that's cool. Felix, that's also good. Ephraim was refrained from partaking in the bug meat taking. Very good. I like Ephraim. Let me see if it's like one of the guys from the Lighthouse. Did you guys see that movie? It is extremely good. Come on, let's see. Ephraim, yeah. Ephraim Winslow. Don't get spoiled. Watch that movie. It is extremely good. So okay, I'll let you guys choose. What do you prefer, Ephraim or Nigel? Shut up. You can have two names too, yeah? You went for 3 even. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of Nigel. Oh, Nigel. Nigel. Brain gel. Sounds like something a fake doctor would sell you to get your IQ higher. Okay, Nigel. There is a Nigel that is pretty well known. British politician, I think. I'm very bad at names, so might be wrong. Nigel Williams. Nigel Thomas. Thomas is good for a surname. Nigel Thomas. Let's go with that. Oh. Yeah, I like Thomas as a surname. Let's go. Okay, so we got like a few basic facts about this. By the way, this this font here, I took the one that was most similar to this book. I don't know what this book is, but it's a novel from around that time, so just took it for reference. And this is a book from that time, and I took it because the scan includes like the outside of the book, and I think that's pretty nice touch. So we got this basic facts, and now we can write a hey, why? There we go. Thomas, middle name too. Should we start this? I guess with the title like the Jamu tribe, and kind of telling them as a first-hand account. In my travels through. Let me know if there's any grammar or vocabulary errors. You know, English is not my first language, so I make errors. Laura Ibsen. I try to tank. Let me see how the It's like this thing. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a sovereign state, but it was a British territory before. 1922, 1961, before it was German. So I said this in 1922, 1923, for example. Shyamalan. I like that. So, Tanganyika. I don't know, how is that pronounced? Ding dong. Like German tribe. Conquistador. It doesn't sound very British. In a small village, let's choose a place. Let's go to Google Maps. Let's go to modern day Tanzania. And to the place. So I think this language, which I'm taking, the Hadza language, this one, spoken along the shores of Lake Eyasi. So we could go there. Alright? It's Lake Eyasi. The Pizza language. The Hadza language. I'm angry. So, round Lake Eyasi, let's say. Or Eyasi, I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know how to pronounce anything. So, I'm just gonna say it like I think it is, and hopefully it'll be good. So I'm thinking like very small tribe, like, I don't know, 200 people? Like, in total. Like hunter-gatherer style, very small populations. Total number... Perfect Times New Roman. This is a book. This is like so I think this book, this document we're seeing now is the draft for a book that never got published because publishers thought it was fantasy or not really unrealistic. So it is like the book style, you know. Wouldn't that be like a medium tribe back then from their point of view? No tribe experts, me neither. we can scour Wikipedia, see. As a people. So, indigenous ethnic group, northern to central Tanzania. There are stuff 2015 between 1,000 and 200 and 1,300 people. And however, only around 300 survive exclusively based on the traditional means of origin. How about that? So, if there's 300 in 2015, you could say, and this is like the total of Hadza people, it's not like one single tribe. A single tribe would be super small, right? I don't know, no tribe expert either. We could even push it down then. Like it's supposed to be small, like uncontacted. Has to be small to be like unnoticed like that. It's all limits. During, oh, I spent 2 weeks, like observing them and stuff. Be good, for example. I spent 2 weeks in I mean, we're doing a little bit of research, a little bit of, and this is first draft, obviously. I'm probably going to be changing quite a few things, but I mean that way we can brainstorm a little bit together. You can see what my thought process is when doing this kind of thing, and as you can see, I really like trying to at least incorporate some elements of that, like well researched elements, like say the actual words in their language or stuff like that. You guys might remember from a few streams ago when we went researching the Maine dialect from Maine in the US, and we got it right. I was very scared about doing the Maine dialect, just so you guys see what we did in that. In this one, right? This was like a told to your newspaper article, and we got a quote from like a local fisherman, and I was like, this is like super deep into Maine. It's they're gonna have an accent, right? So we researched how the Maine accent or the Maine dialect is spoken and some words from it, and we did that. We wrote it like that. I was very scared about people's reaction because it got spread around the internet, and I was sure that someone from Maine would see it and would think like, this sounds so fake. But actually, I got a few comments from actual Mainers or people from Maine telling me that the accent was really pretty good, and the attitude that the fisherman had was very very accurate from like how the people from around there are, like very nonchalant. So we got it right that time. In this case, I highly doubt someone from the Hadza culture will say it, but still, I like having little details at least. That I don't know. Boy, flag. So this is going to be like the first bit of text that we're going to be seeing, right? And we're going to be seeing this right after the first picture. which is this one. And we can see a statue of this culture, right? So I think we should immediately mention that their culture is very different. From this round. Their art and religion are unlike anything I have seen. Big brain up in here. Where? In the Nigel? Nigel has a big brain. German culture has very different surrounding tribes. Their art and religion are unlike anything I've ever seen. Translation was difficult due to the uniqueness of their language and which my translator was not able to fully grasp, or something like that. That'd be a lot to say a little bit. Their culture seems to be. Now we're gonna mention that their mythical figure, or their kind of godlike figure. David Sander. That footnote in the end. I don't want when everyone's signing ingesting bug meat. No, I don't want him to die at the end. Poor guy. Like his. No, but it would be a bit too similar to the other stories if it just had a tragic end like that. I think the end should be like this guy came back, finished his expedition, and went to publish this book. But people thought that it was unrealistic, that he just had made it up and never published it. Happily ever after. Exactly, I want Nigel to live. Please, don't kill it. Don't kill him off. Maybe he does go insane too. But I don't want him to die. It's just so every story doesn't end the same way. Becomes successful. That would be cool, actually. The translator was not able to fully grasp. The culture seems to be centered around the figure of Kenya, which I'm just gonna copy because it has accents and stuff like that. Kenya, often seen as a hybrid of man and stag beetle. Even wrote a movie. That'll be good, like footnotes, like at the end of everything. Nigel's alive, you guys. man and stack beetle. Many of their objects, and this might be too long, and I might separate this into a couple different pages. Like maybe take one page that is like up to here, just take the upper part of a page, and then after the second picture take another bit from another page, which will be the next part of that. Nigel opened a bug restaurant but went bankrupt due to the lack of demand. No fried grubs. Deep fried tarantula would be probably pretty good. Due to rats. It is eaten in some parts of the world. If you haven't seen like grubs like this size, just fried, or I don't know how they make them. I would never eat that. Well, actually, probably, but I would have to get a bit drunk before they're doing that. Many of their objects are modeled after and their craftsmanship is excellent. And I know that it's a bit stupid to write this in Photoshop on an old page. And I could write it on, I don't know, Microsoft Word and then just copy it there. Well, who cares? I've cooked bats. Ugh. And nudes. You guys are making a whole restaurant menu that nobody would ever eat. I mean, you know, French people eat snails, right? I think if you take that into account, like, bugs are nothing. Cares about bugs. French people eat snails. For the record, I'm half French and I've never eaten a snail because I don't wanna. I don't really wanna. Oh, I've eaten those very tiny sea snails. Those are okay, actually. Not like the snails that you see in your garden. You are what you eat. They eat insect on Thailand. Yeah, and many other places. But like, yeah, Southeast Asia has a lot of that. Grasshoppers. Yeah, grasshoppers. I've seen grasshoppers as meat. Actually, in the supermarkets, or the big one, that like the big surface supermarkets close to where I live, they sell insects, like fried insects with, I don't know, some kind of spicy sauce or something. Apparently they just taste like kind of weird chips because it's deep fried. It's gonna taste like what you put on it, you know? Maybe I'll get some and eat them on stream for you guys. 0 viewers. Actually, I don't know if I showed this on stream, but I found this among some old stuff, and I thought it reminded me so much of my last edit that I had to bring it out, and now I have it on my table. Here it is. It's a little crab encased in plastic. It's not glass, it's plastic. And he's just there, he's chilling. Hello. I don't know where I got this. I think my grandfather or something bought it for me as a kid in one of those stores that sell like or like gems or stuff like that, like rocks and gems and stuff. And they had this. I think that's where I got it. Gigantopithecus tribe. Go to the wrong restaurant, and you will surely eat some pieces of crocodile. Oh no. I really liked Brazilian street food. Coxinhas are the best things ever. I mean, they're basically handheld heart attack, but they're so good. I love them. I ate so many of them. And pão de queijo. Oh, so delicious. It's like bread with... I don't know how they make it, but it's bread made out of cheese or something like that. Grandpa has an octopus in a little jar. Oh, that's cute. That's where the flag's going. Don't say that. Pão de queijo. Ah, it is like, why doesn't Brazil export that? I've only seen it there, and it's so like simple and delicious. You can get it anywhere on the street. It is. Let's do a little culinary thing here. Looks like this. It's like little balls of cheese bread. It's amazing. 10 out of 10, definitely. Brazil only exports footballers. They have really good food in Brazil. I really enjoyed it there. In Sao Paulo, it's not the original pão de queijo. What are some other good Brazilian, or your favorite Brazilian dishes? Minas Gerais, okay. Yeah, I haven't been there. I haven't been that far up. Hey. And the craftsmanship is excellent. I kind of want to imply that it thinks that all the bug parts and huts and stuff are man-made. Because obviously that would be your first thought if you went there. You're not gonna think, oh, they killed the giant bugs. You think, oh, that's a very good imitation of a bug in a huge size. Favorite food? Okay, you can take your time, Okay, so I think this would be... be good for like a first approach, although maybe this I would put it on a second. On a second page. And down here we're gonna do... let's stop that. We're gonna do the second page, or at least the following part of the second page. So I guess this is... although I guess he writes this after the fact. So if he thinks that at first the bug parts are just crafted and not real. If he thought the contrary on the after, he would just write that. So you have to distinguish that in some way. Feijoada. Yeah, that was very good. Okay, caipirinha, classic. Oh, brigadeiro. That was... oh, what was that? Hang on. I really rings a bell. Oh yes! Oh my god, I love this. I have completely forgotten about these. So these little balls are like kind of soft on the inside. They taste like a refined version of when you're making chocolate cake and you lick the spoon in which you mix the ingredients before cooking it. It is that, but even better in small balls. I actually did. I made some after I came back. they didn't come up like super like they squished down a little. They didn't come out so round and cool, but they were so delicious. Yeah, I'll agree with you on brigadeiros. And feijoada is very good too. After some time there, actually let's expand on this. Seems to be modeled after the body parts of the stag beetle, and I don't know how to kind of, how would you say that it looks, or it's, I wanted to at the beginning kind of be unclear if this tools and weapons and huts and all that is crafted or actual bug parts. But obviously the guy at the end of the story is gonna see an actual live giant bug, so we can't really, like, obviously when coming back he would be convinced that this were bug parts. So how do we say it without spoiling the end? Because if you say modeled after, it implies that it's crafted, that it's just made by them. So maybe we don't, what if we don't even mention it? I don't know. Maybe we mention it in the second page. No. One of the aspects of their culture. I'm gonna create a time paradox. Now, just to kind of guide the reader in the thought process that this guy would have gone through when he was there, you know? Kind of like, are these bug parts? It looks like bug parts. Oh yeah, that definitely is a bug part. Like, you'll see this, you say, oh, that's a nice statue. You'll see this and this. Oh, that looks kind of strange. That doesn't look like normal weapons. And they mention like there's some bug stuff, and you've seen this already with the pincers. Like, are those pincers? And then see this and I go like, oh, definitely, those are bugs. Those are made out of giant bugs. Like, you just kind of follow that process until in the end you see this, right? And I want to guide the reader in that process. So if we say since the beginning, like, oh, they have a lot of stuff made out of bug parts, you will kind of interrupt that process. So if we say it in the second one, which you would see right after these, would probably be better, right? Because you're already seeing this and you're kind of already doubting it. So the text will just guide you in the right direction there. to make ceremonial, just kind of leave it in, like the bug parts objects would probably be ceremonial, right? Like the bug hut would probably also have some sort of religious or ceremonial significance. Some else interesting aspect of culture, the materials they use to make ceremonial objects. I saw the warriors of the tribe carrying a strange spears that looked like the pincers. One of the huts looked like an oversized, that would really be technical language, the body of a, what is this kind of beetle? I forget the name now. Not this one. I know this one is a stag beetle with pincers. And this is a dung beetle, I believe. Is it a dung beetle or is it a scarab beetle? Is it the same? Ah, English. Hang on. Go back to Brigadeiros, make me hungry. This one. Scarab beetle. Okay. This is a picture we used, so no discussion here. One of the huts in the village looked like the body of a scarab. Where religious ceremonies took place. So we got a bit of a longer bit of text. This one is a bit shorter. Okay, in this one, and just for clarifying for people who might be joining in, this is going to be separated into small bits of text. If you see my earlier stuff, kind of in a similar way, where you see you kind of see it in a specific order to tell you the story. So starting with a picture or two pictures, then a bit of text, then a picture, then a bit of text, in that way. Okay, that's what I want to do. So we're going to be doing, since there's four pictures, 3 bits of text will probably be the necessary amount. I don't want to overwhelm people with text. I think the text is a nice company to the pictures, but I don't want the text to be the main act here. Main act out of the pictures. Okay, so when I was in a village where religious ceremonies took place, I wrote in the stream the same amount I wrote in my whole life. Didn't write that much. Like, come on, that's 3 paragraphs. And small ones too, it's like small size. I'm just taking a while to think of what to write, especially because it's not my first language, so I'm trying to write it well. And I'm also trying to kind of direct the story. So it's more... That's in the village where religious ceremonies took place looked like the body of a scarab beetle. After... on my second week... I heard the elder of the village talk about a ceremony or ritual. Ritual sounds cool. That I asked him to observe, or I asked him to, if either. And he denied me the chance. Is that right? And that would be the second bit, and this are not supposed to be the whole text. It's like we're getting little snippets of the book with the text. So it's implied that there's a lot more text that is written, and yeah, we're just seeing like small bits of it. So that would be the second one. And God. The day of the ritual, just to put it in place. What seemed like an important they all gathered around a clearing. Right? Is clearing the right word? We're talking about these part here. I guess be a clearing, right? There's some trees in the distance. Just imply there's trees behind it, so this is a clearing. You can also call it a field, but a clearing. Enchanted. Nope. Say chanted a religious song or hymn. Is that a word? Like this? Does this sentence make sense? Yeah, I gather I'm very chant religious hymns. I don't know how to pronounce hymns. Hymns. I noticed a strange, yeah, strange figure, and got closer to take a photograph. I would say photograph in that time, I guess. But I got noticed and had to leave. Just in a very non-specific way. Had to leave expediently. Is that a thing? Fortunately, after this, I wasn't welcome in the village anymore. So I had to resume my journey. Okay. So this would be just for reference here. Let me. Come on. Weird. You show rulers. Should be able to see the rulers. Anyway, we just for demonstration's sake. Hey Valpal, how you doing? The more vowels, the better. I made another guy called Valzi or Volzi. So that's a third Valpal from a squad. We're here doing some photo manipulation. We're doing big bugs in remote tribes. Broke Adobe. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work today. By the way, I gotta save all of these. Can you imagine if right now Photoshop crashed? So all this photo manipulation goes with, hang on. There's 4 different pictures that we've done. And they all go with bits of text that explain, that are told from the perspective of this guy, who's an anthropologist from England, who's kind of telling what he saw in this expedition. That's what we're doing. So this is like first draft. I'm kind of making this up as I go along, but I'm probably gonna be doing some further drafts and then just finalize it into 2 or 3 snippets of text to go along with the pictures. The more files, the better. Exactly. The third. Who's the other Val? We need to follow each other immediately. Is that an ESPS in the background? Which background? This one? Actually, Valdevia the Third. Doctor, you forgot the doctor. So here we are. This is too long didn't read here. It's gonna be like 3 different bits of text so far. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. It's like explaining about this Jamo culture. It's found a very small 100 people tribe in modern day Tanzania. They seem to have a culture, a very strange culture centered around this Kinya figure. Kinya just means bug in one of the African languages from the area. And Jamu means earth too. Oh. Yeah, that's Jackson. Yeah, that's my sister's. It's just there. I don't know how to play guitar. It's good prop. It's good decoration. My sister is in Japan right now, so she's not living here. Just holding it there for her. So this culture seems to have something around this Kinya figure, and this Kinya figure is represented as a hybrid of man and stag beetle, which is what we can see here. And what else? So all the ceremonial objects and buildings from the tribe, as you can see on the picture, seem to use bits of bugs. And the guy is kind of incredulous at first, like, what? That's probably crafted by them or something like that. As you can see from the last picture, there's actual giant bugs. I was expecting some guitar solos. I don't know how to play any type of music. I'm very bad at it. Val Matt, actually, it's the other one. The other Val doesn't stream but does some cool art star on Instagram. Oh, cool. Val Matt's sexy. Gotta follow them. The Val squad. There we go. And there's also also met this one. Streams gaming though, no art. More Val squad. Val pals. Okay, so they have spears that look like pincers. They have huts that look like a scarab beetle, which you guys just saw. And he talks about a ritual that the elder of the village doesn't let him attend. So he goes anyway. And what he says is this. Like a quick picture he manages to snap before having to get the hell away from there. And because he did that and he got found out, he isn't welcome in the village anymore, and he has to go. And that's kind of the end of this mini story. That's what we're doing right now. This is for very much our first draft, so it's kind of rough, and English is not my first language, so obviously it's a lot to correct. These are probably around those lines. It's probably gonna be the text we use. The font is made to look like an actual book from the times. You obviously have to blur it because this is way too clear, you know. But once we finalized it, we can rasterize the text. We can blur it a little bit. We can make it a bit more brown. It's not like that clean, you know? That's for the end. That's for after a few revisions. Thank you. Well, it's basically what I explained. Like, it's a short story. It's the kind of thing I'm doing lately. It's gonna be told in this way, with a picture, then a bit of text. That explains a little bit about that culture this guy's just found. Another picture, another bit of text. And another picture, final bit of text. and final picture, which has an actual bug, a giant bug on the end there. And this has been brewing for 4 streams already, so I've spent many hours doing all these edits. So yeah, I'm happy to have it sort of finalized already. I'm probably not going to be streaming this one again, because there's not that much more to do. And